Yo, what's good, the peoples? How's anybody doing this evening? We're back with the Zeldos. Last time we played this, we completed the Ancient Cistern, which I was told by a couple people, I think, is supposed to be like one of the... Because this game has a reputation like for not being good, but having a couple dungeons in the middle that are like fantastic, like blow it out of the park. And I was told by a couple people that the Ancient Cistern was one of them, but I legitimately don't know why. I gave it a C. It was an enjoyable Zelda space with fun interactions, and there was a switch that didn't work the first 100 times we tried it, and then worked on the 101st try. Had kind of a cool boss fight, I guess, but it's kind of just par for the course for Zelda dungeons. It was nothing special, so I'm not sure why people were telling me that that dungeon was going to be fantastic. I don't really know. I've only done one scene so far where I had to collect the goddess tears, and it was whatever. We spent 10 minutes. My complaint with that part wasn't the goddess tier like stealth mini game. Like, that's whatever. My complaint was that there were, like, I think we counted 9 fetch quests, mini games, mandatory, just faffing around, just junk gameplay in between dungeons. There was 9 instances where I had to go to a place or talk to a guy or collect an item or play a song or move a block or go, like, 2 or 3, fine. That works. You want 2 or 3 like pacing events between major gameplay elements in a Zelda game. Because those little pacing events expand the world. They give you more time to talk to NPCs, to get some world building in, to give you a chance to breathe after a big boss fight or something. But like this game and Twilight Princess and I guess I'm just going to throw Wind Waker under the bus too, because I don't remember a lot of Wind Waker, but I remember liking it less than Twilight Princess. But these games just make you do so much junk in between the big gameplay elements. So it was a beautiful dungeon. I did like it, but I was told by a couple people like, hey, we know you love the Zelda dungeons, is you're really going to like these next 2 in this game. And the Ancient Cistern was the first. I thought it was fine. I thought it was what do I have in my notes? I mean, I gave it a C in the end. So that puts it on par with, let's see. Let's just scroll up and see what else I gave a C to. Like City in the Sky and Twilight Princess was a C. Snow Peak Ruins is a B that I busted down to a C out of spite, which is fair. Mermaid's Cave in Oracle of Ages, I gave a C. Woodfall Temple, so the debut dungeon in Majora's Mask, I gave a C. I think I haven't graded Ocarina of Time yet, but I think like Ice Cavern I would give a C. Perfectly cromulent dungeon, gets in, does what it needs to do, gets out, but like it didn't wow me. I mean, nobody's ever going to agree with all of my opinions. That's fine. But, like, I feel like it was fair to... Like, City in the Sky and Twilight Princess, that's a dungeon that, like, after a game with so many, like, kind of cool puzzles and interactions, you get to City in the Sky, and all it is find the next hookshot target. You get a second hookshot, and you spend the whole dungeon connected to one hookshot and just panning around looking for the next one. You just kind of do that over and over and over until you find the spot where you trip a switch or trigger a boss fight. And it's just really kind of a cruft dungeon for its placement in the game. Like, if City in the Sky had been much, much earlier in the game, or if it had been a dungeon that was designed in the late 90s instead of the mid-aughts, it would change my opinion of it. Run down the grades for this game so far? Yes, it's been C's all the way down. I've done 4 dungeons, I gave them all C's, and then I bumped the first dungeon, Skyview Temple, down to a D. Because they force you to go back to it in the middle of a very long sequence of stuff they're already forcing you to do in between dungeons, and I hated it. I hated going back there, and I was like, if it's unfair to count that against the dungeon, then maybe they shouldn't have designed it that way. But yeah, I left Skyview Temple feeling very upset. Also, the boss fight in that temple wasn't great the first time we fought there. Yeah, revisiting dungeons. I'm not cool. Not cool. I want to leave a dungeon and feel like I've conquered it, like I've mastered it. Like, you know what? If there's anything in there still to find, I can go back later and get it, like, as part of my own agency. There's a bomb wall in Tail Cave in Link's Awakening you've got to go back for. There's a bomb wall in Deku Tree you've got to go back for. There's reasons to dip into completed dungeons in, like, Zelda 1. Link to the Past has a few hidden, like, secret rooms that maybe you didn't clear on the path through the dungeon, but you go back and you find out there's rupees or extra fairies or something. That's all fine. Going back to hunt for Skulltulas or stray fairies in the N64 games, I'm okay with that. Forcing me to go back to an old dungeon to dig up a bunch of keys for doors I've already opened... Yeah, I couldn't even tell you... I just did this 2 days ago. Why did I even go back to that dungeon? Why did we even have to go there? We had to go there to get water. We had to friggin' get magic water for the Mermaid Queen or whatever nonsense. And the only place in the world to get magic water was the first dungeon, apparently. I'm going to switch over my input real quick. So you're going to see that deactivate, and then you're going to see a quick glitch as I switch over and turn my volume down. But, yeah, like, I just not... At least in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, those games are 96% padding, but at least the padding is your own doing, right? Like, you're left to your own devices. You're intended to do a lot of padding in those games, and a lot of just naked exploration, and a lot of just checking things off a list, but there's very little that you're, like, forced to do between the really good parts of the games, which are still the dungeons. All right. Oh, and yeah, the control scheme is not terrific. It's better than I was expecting, and I don't hate the combat in this game. I hate not having a camera on my stick unless I hold down another button. Like, I played the game for an hour before I realized there was a totally better control scheme they could have used without losing any functionality. Which is, like, okay, check this out. Right now, my right stick swings my sword, right? And I've got this L button, which flips my camera behind me. This is the standard, like, Zelda 64 L button. In addition, I've got this L button. If I hold it, my stick is no longer my sword. Now it's my camera. This is the standard right stick camera that's been in every 3D game since the PS2, basically. And the reason I have trouble with this, I just noticed that there's stuff out here to pick up. The reason I have trouble with this is my muscle memory does not want me to hold down a button to use the camera. I use the camera just absent-mindedly. It's just natural to me now after more than 20 years of playing these kinds of games. And I'm one of those players that, like, constantly adjusts the camera, right? I know that irritates some people how often I just kind of adjust the camera and play around with it, but I do. That's just how I am. Especially all of the Ship of Harkinian I've been playing lately, which lets me play Ocarina of Time with the camera. So here was my solution. Okay, we don't need this button. This serves no function. And if you have free camera, you don't need this, right? So get rid of that button at all. When there are monsters nearby, this doesn't even work. It's your lock-on button, just like it is in Ocarina of Time. They put lock-on and snap camera on the same button, which makes sense. You could think of it this way, like, okay, when I push this button, the game's going to try to put the camera in the most useful state. If I'm just out somewhere, that's going to be behind me, so I can see what's in front of me. If I've got a monster, it's going to be to lock onto the monster, and it'll start following you, like following the monster around, which is what you want. So repurpose this button to just be your lock on, and remove this entirely. And while you're holding your lock on, then the right stick becomes your sword. Because look, I can still move around. I can still use my sword. So if I'm not in combat, I can still use it for like puzzles and stuff. Like the thing where you got to hold your sword up and like trigger switches with this. Or like stick your thing into a keyhole. Like I've still got sword functionality outside of combat. But if there's a monster here, I've got to hold this button anyway to lock onto it. And then when I'm not, like if I don't have my sword out, then the right stick could just be free cam. And that even frees up this L button to do whatever with. Have another item button or, like, I don't know, anything, really. So, I literally don't remember what we're doing next. Yeah, I do. We're going, we got to fly back to the storm. And probably do 9 more padding adventures. Hooey. The game looks great. I do like the looks of the game. I like the stylized character. The characters look fine at like this distance. When we get close-ups, I think the characters look really strange and kind of bad. But, all right. Maybe Midna will remind me of where we need to go next. Yeah, Isle of Songs. Okay. So yeah, like, it's very frustrating when I play a game that I think has a bad control scheme, and within an hour of playing, like, I've invented a control scheme that would work better. That frustrates me because I'm not a game designer. I don't know what I'm talking about. So if I solved this problem, theory crafting, if I've solved this problem, what that tells me is that their high-paid game development team also solved the problem, but then didn't do it that way for whatever reason. And I can't fathom what reasons they might have had, and that just annoys the crap out of me. So, we talked a little bit about that. Here, oh, that's right, you got a flap to gain height. And sorry, I've taken almost a week away from the game. And I'm kind of forgotten. This is where we want to go. Hiding behind Skyloft. Yeah, we've kind of talked about that a little bit, about how, like, maybe Breath of the Wild was an overcorrection for Skyward Sword, but I don't think so. Because Skyward Sword, say what you will about it, the game is flawed, but it's innovative in some of the ways that it's flawed. Like, its combat system was... I mean, it's not literally a new idea. We've seen it done before, but it's like those kind of combat systems where your sword is mapped to a stick or movement functionality. Like that's all very novel. That's what I expect from Nintendo. Breath of the Wild is just Nintendo doing the Ubisoft thing. Breath of the Wild is like Nintendo following trends. So I don't know, it might have been an overcorrection in the sense that they're like, oh, no, everybody hated Skyward Sword, so we got to make sure we didn't do that. But then, like, is that really how Nintendo does business? When have they ever shied away from a bad idea that they were convinced was good? Like, how many Paper Mario games in a row did they make? Or people are like, hey, we played the new Paper Mario game, we didn't like it. Go back and make a Paper Mario game like you used to make. And they're like, okay, here's another one that's not like that. Okay, but we didn't like that one either. Go back and make a Paper Mario game like we used to like on the GameCube. Make that one, like something like that. Oh, here's another one that's also not like it. Oh, here's another one where they team up with Mario and Luigi in our other Mario RPG series. So, yeah, I don't know. Nintendo doesn't strike me as the kind of company that learns from their mistakes. I think they're more like ride or die on whatever innovation or whatever idea pops into their head. Oh yeah, puppet statue. More? Are you gonna do some more ice skating? Do they still use friend codes? That's so dumb. I think okay. I've said that I feel that Breath of the Wild was more than just chasing like Ubisoft trends. I think that's true, but that makes sense to me because those games make billions of dollars, right? Like every Assassin's Creed game sells. Like everybody buys Assassin's Creed, everybody buys Far Cry. Like those games make gangbusters. It makes sense to me why Nintendo would be like, "Hey, what's our version of that look like? Hey, we already have this IP where you're out in the wilderness doing adventures. Hey, they didn't like the previous version of this IP. They're ready for it to go a new direction." Like that all makes sense to me. Skyward Sword makes less sense to me because there was some blowback to both Wind Waker and Twilight Princess being so linear and so like gatekeepy that yeah, I am kind of surprised they went this far with it. Because this is the most linear, most gatekeepy, most padded Zelda I think I've played. Yeah, when they finally did give us a Paper Mario game like the one we liked playing back in the day, it was just, it's a remake. Like fine, Nintendo, you win. You got me. I told you for 20 years, hey, just release Paper Mario, the 1,000-year, just make that again. And they literally did, and then I literally bought it. I am part of the problem. I realize. I don't have, I'm not here with solutions, guys. I'm not here to improve anyone's life or to make things better. I'm just part of the soup, along with everything else. Great. Great. Oh, back to the desert already. Okay, I thought we'd be going to the mountain first. Yeah, see, the thing is, like, Twilight Princess didn't feel like swinging a sword, but it was still animated like swinging a sword. Because the waggle was just a button press, functionally. But in this game, most of the sword play just looks so stupid because it's not sword play. Right? Like, I get, they have to animate him holding his sword like this while he's running around. Because it's the only neutral posture for somebody who would be holding a remote control in their hand. But, like, this to me doesn't say skilled swordsman. This to me is like, oh, there's a booger on the tip of this sword that I don't want to touch. And it's a problem with all the combat in this game is animated a little bit weird because they have this one-to-one movement with the remote control. But like, when you're holding a remote control in your hand pointing at the screen, you're not swinging it like a sword. Never mind that most people playing these games have never swung a sword in their life and have no idea what they're doing with a sword. So in trying to animate to match your hand movements, they make all the sword play just look really dumb. I guess it fits the aesthetic of the game because the game is like really silly and whimsical. Like maybe it makes sense that Link's sword looks dumb. Like he's the derpiest swordsman and that's fine. But like Twilight Princess had a problem where like you'd swing your sword and like Link's sword would bounce off of something, but your hand wouldn't. So now your hand would be in this position while Link's sword is in this position. But in the fiction of the world, it would still animate properly. It would still look good. But I haven't hated the combat in this game. I thought the combat has been mostly decent. There's been some enemies. I forgot to mute my phone. Apologies. There's been some enemies that like they'll put themselves into a configuration and then you have to slash a particular angle. But there's not enough time for me between like when they put their shield out and when they decide to attack. Like the window of time is too small for my reflexes. And I kill those enemies just by guessing, basically. I just guess an angle, and if it's right, I get to damage them. But if it's wrong, I kind of reset the situation, and I still don't take damage. So that's how I've been getting through the combat in the game. So, with any luck, all I'll have to do here is... Is that where we're going out there? Yeah, with any luck, all we'll have to do is do this one dowsing mission and then collect the spirit boogers or whatever. But something tells me we're going to have, like, actually 9 more things to do. I've got to go all the way up and in. I can't go into this little hole, can I? No. So we had to use a bomb, I think. Except I don't see a bomb now. And I hate that my controller doesn't have a gyroscope in it for aiming and stuff. People, you could say that's on me because that's just the controller that I bought, but I think it's on Nintendo because the controller with a gyroscope should have been in the box with my Switch that I bought for $300 or whatever it was. Like, it kind of sucks that they didn't just pack a control. My PS5 controller, that came with a controller with a gyroscope with all the features that they wanted their console to have. But Nintendo's like, nah. We're going to sell you the thing, and then if you want a controller with all the features, that's another $60, please. And I'm like, well, I don't have another $60. What else you got? And they're like, well... For $20, you can buy this crap controller that doesn't have a gyroscope. But if you buy that, then you're locked out of anything that requires the motion controls. And by the way, we do at least one thing in all of our games that require the motion controls. And now I'm doing some dumb glitch stuff to make sure I can get all the moons in Mario Odyssey. And that's been my life as a Switch owner. How are you guys doing? Just put the Joy-Cons together. Yeah, I can do that. My Joy-Cons work fine. I've got the little dumb thing that you snap in, and it feels awful. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It feels awful. It feels like it's going to break in my hands, just like trying to play the Switch as a handheld. My wife doesn't mind it. Peanut doesn't mind playing with that controller. That's her preferred way to play Switch games. But I'm built different. Yeah, and the Joy-Con buttons, like, without a D-pad, like... This controller has a pretty good D-pad. It's pretty good. I didn't mean to do that. Never mind. All right. Really? Okay, well, it's out here somewhere. That's right, the guy ruined my map of the area because he's like, oh, you're in the future now, baby. And I'm like, I don't want to be in the future. And they're like, too bad, baby. And I'm like, stop calling me that. Right, we got to bomb. There's got to be a better way through here, right? You know what? Now that I know where I'm going, I'm just going to fast travel to the sky. That's what I'm going to do. Of course, you can't just do that from the statue. They have to make sure that... You can't just warp from one statue to another. You're going to sit through the little cutscene, go all the way to the sky, loading screen, cutscene number 2, get on the bird, do a wide sweep back the way you came. Because if you go too tight, you can't get back in the hole, I found. Fly back to the hole. There you go. Cutscene number 3, loading screen. Alright. Let's go up here. Get to the menu that should have just loaded in when I first touched the statue. There we go. Okay. Let's douse from here. Okay, in here? In Lightning Town? So yeah, this is going to take me to the next, like... Oh, we got to see her O-face. Very disturbing. She's already a gummy bear, and now she's crying out in pain. So is it a winter wonderland now? I don't know why she has to tutorialize all this again. This is the second time we've done this. Like, she could have just dropped this in and then... here. So the way to handle this is just be like, hey, Link, do you need a reminder of what you're doing here? And then I can say no, and then she can say, all right, get to it. Oh, I thought that... I didn't realize there was a gap there. Oh, that wall looked like it was right there. Alright, I guess not. Can we get up here? I'm assuming the first one of these sequences was very easy, but I'm assuming like I'm going to get to a point where I'm going to have to just play them repeatedly until I just memorize the correct path, right? Really? That's not what I wanted. Like, these are going to get harder and harder until they just become extremely frustrating. It doesn't get that hard. You realize I'm bad at video games, right? Okay, I think I need to go this way now. This isn't really stealth, it's just stay out of the circle. I need to get over there and get that purple thing. I never thought I'd say this ever in a million years, but getting the little goddess tier things in Twilight Princess was better than this. Because at least there you're like learning the layout of a new overworld area you've never been to before. It's spread out over a much, much wider area. So you're actually kind of like exploring and discovering things. This is just the world's worst scavenger hunt. Can I get up here? I cannot. Yeah, I'll play the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. I love Metal Gear Solid 3. You kids today don't know stealth games. Metal Gear Solid 3. Now there was a stealth game. Alright, how am I going to get on this one? I guess we're coming up this way. Well, how are we going to get past the... I see what we're doing. What's up, man? I'm going to hang out next to you for a second. Alright, see ya. Alright, I gotta find another little snowball. Oh, no, I don't. I've still got some snowball power left. So yeah, I can't get that one yet. And I don't know where there's another one. Over there. I don't know how fast the thing is chasing me either. Okay, now I can go back for it probably. Oh, it's because of the water here. Oh, yeah, okay. I see what happened. Well, can I... I guess not. I thought I'd run out of time. No, there's magic water that if you touch it... Okay, well now we just got to run around aimlessly until we find another greenie. Can I go back to the start and get fresh flower points from here? Maybe? No, I can't get fresh flower points. So what do I do? Wow, if that's your last greenie to collect, then you're just screwed, aren't you? You're just done. If you've got all of them except that one and you go to get that one last, you're just... Like, what do you do? Can I just collect this? Okay, good. Yeah, good old alarm juice. Like, I get why this sequence would appeal to some players. Like, I do understand that. I get it. If you're dealing with a player who it just wants, like, you feel tension while doing this, right? Because it's not... Come on. I thought I was getting around that. Because it's not trivial. And there is this constant, like, level of tension. So it's not like valueless gameplay, right? And this is what people would call puzzle solving because you push a thing 2 feet. So this is the kind of thing that, like, I see why it's in the game, because some players will really like it. But making it mandatory, putting it in the critical path of your adventure, that's where I think the game missteps. I don't know. I think a lot of players are in the market for a game that's, like, not mechanically challenging, but feels very tense. Like, a lot of horror games, like walking simulator kind of stuff, fall into that category. Stuff like Until Dawn or Layers of Fear. Like, they feel very tense while you're playing them, but they're not challenging you mechanically. Like, you're probably not gonna lose. I don't know where I'm going either. I need to go back to the center somehow. So yeah, like McLean, I can see why you would really enjoy this gameplay. So, like, as an optional thing you can do in the game, like as an optional activity for, like, pieces of heart or something. No, I'm stuck over here. I gotta go back the way I came. I guess this is fine, but I'm lost. Unless I can go this way. No, I can't. Okay, then. Can I climb this? I can't climb this. I can climb this. Okay, good. My map button still works. Well, I know which side of the thing I need to be on. I wasn't sure how to get there. We just gotta wait for stamina. The flip side of that coin, though, guys, like, let's not be revisionist about this. Let's remember our history. Twilight Princess came out with this in it, and legions of fanboys defended it violently on every corner of the internet for years after Twilight Princess came out. Every criticism of Twilight Princess was devalued by the legion of Nintendo cultists who were like, you can't say anything bad about the game. It was totally fine, etc., etc., etc. Like, those people existed and they controlled the narrative about criticizing Zelda all through Twilight Princess's honeymoon. So probably until around the time Skyward Sword was in development, and they're like, oh, the next Zelda game's gonna be the best Zelda ever. And the previous one actually turns out it did have a few flaws. In a place I have not yet visited. All right, we finally have Hookshot. Hurrah. But yeah, the Twilight Princess tears, like I said, I never in a million years thought I would say that, but it was better than what I just did here. Alright, so we're just making our way over there. That's what we'll do. Well, see, when I play Ocarina, I do have gyro aiming, because I play Ocarina with my PS5 controller. So, yeah, I miss the gyro aiming a lot. And I realize I could, right now, go to Best Buy and spend $60 on a Switch Pro controller that has gyro aiming. When I was playing Mario Odyssey and I couldn't do the motion control stuff, every single person in my chat was like, this is your fault. You're the one who decided not to get a Switch Pro controller. You could be doing it right now. But I maintained then as now that Nintendo should have just put a controller in the box. And I still got those moons in Mario Odyssey. Like, I stubbornly refused to accept defeat and did the dumbest, glitchiest stuff ever. I watched a YouTube video of how it was done. That's not where I want to be. No, not even close. And I can't make this, right? I think I'm going to try. Nope, not even close. Yeah, there were some jump controls in Odyssey. So if you're playing with a controller that doesn't have motion, there are certain jump maneuvers you just are not allowed to do. And certain cap maneuvers you're just not allowed to do. For no reason at all. Every single piece of motion tech in that game could have been mapped comfortably to any modern controller. Nintendo just decided not to. And all the Nintendo cultists came to my chat and was like, this is totally fine. This is your fault. No, there were not button combinations. There were not many moons in the game. I think like 5 or 6 total out of the 800 or something. Am I screwed? I can't see a path where I can... I guess through here I can go. No, there are certain moves in Mario Odyssey you simply... And there are certain shrines in Breath of the Wild you just cannot do. Oh, your shield's not even have to be pointed at the guy. As long as you get your shield out there. Okay, so I think what we can do is get the bug. It's been many years now since Mario Odyssey, but yeah, there was one in Cap Kingdom. It had to do with the height that Paragoombas could fly. God, I can't remember now, but yeah, it's something that would have been trivial if I had a particular kind of motion control jump. Or maybe a motion control cap movement or something. But we had to go through this whole like glitchy process of stacking up Paragoombas in a particular way instead. It was the only alternate way to get that moon. And people in my chat were like, you don't have to get all the moons. It's your fault for wanting to collect the things. It's your fault for not wanting to spend $60 more on a controller. It's your fault for insisting on playing this game in the first place. If I upgraded anything, I can't because I don't have the materials. Every time I go check to see, the guy's like, you don't have materials for this. And I just don't want it. There's already so much BS, boring ass padding in this game that I don't want to, on top of that, add spend an hour catching bugs. I'm in the wrong spot. No, I'm not. I'm actually exactly in the right spot. Believe it or not. I'm exactly where I want to be. Next time I find a red statue, I'll go back to Skyloft and check and see, but... I don't know how we're going to get across here, honestly. Because the sand is flowing this way. So when I kill this guy... Like, I'm not going to be able to use his... Yeah, because it's going the wrong way. So... So yeah, you can't use the snail bodies as platforms because they float the wrong direction. I need to be going the other direction. Oh god. Also, this screen doesn't pause your game when you go to your equipment screen doesn't pause the game, and I hate that. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Okay, so hookshot does nothing on you. So how do I get there? I can't just get up this wall, right? No, not even close. Well, shoot. I think we just want to go to this statue, right? Like, we just need to get to that statue. I hate when games don't pause when you're trying to access an equipment menu. There's no reason ever for a single-player game to not pause when you go into a menu of some kind. It's not more realistic. It doesn't add anything. I understand why you can't do it in multiplayer games. I understand. If it's a competitive game, if it's a multiplayer game, you can't pause everybody's game because one person wants to switch gear. But, like, in a single-player game, there's no possible argument for it. People are like, but Dark Souls needs to do it because it's more realistic. So there's danger in going into your menu. Okay, fine. But first of all, I think this game predates Dark Souls. And second of all, I'm tired of every game needing to be Dark Souls. Ugh. Time for me to get Elden Ring? No, I'm not going to get Elden Ring. I will never buy another From Software game. They don't want me playing their games, and I don't want to play them. So I've been burned twice on From Software games that looked super interesting that I really tried to play and just could not because I'm terrible at games. And then people come on my stream and lecture me about it. It's your fault for why you didn't like Bloodborne or whatever. Fine, but no, I'm not going to waste money on Elden Ring. Why? I didn't buy Bloodborne for full price either. I got it on sale. So it's not like I spent $60 on a game I could only play for 2 hours and then had to give up, which is what would have happened with Elden Ring. Yeah, I put time into Dark Souls and Bloodborne both. You don't believe me? Here's my copy. I own it. It looked freaking awesome. And it is awesome if you watch people play through it, but I will never be able to play it. Yeah, I put time. I think you. I forget. It would say on my Steam account. I guess I could check. For Dark Souls, now that I'm curious. Not a lot of time. A few hours. 6 hours into Dark Souls. I made it as far as the first boss and couldn't beat it after dozens of attempts. So, like, I had to give up. All right, I think I just want to go to there. Yes. There's enemies in this game that I have great difficulty with when it comes to reflexes. Because there are enemies that, like, oh, I have a shield. I'm going to put my shield up here, so you've got to slash me horizontally. Like, I get it. I understand the mechanic. But I'm not quick enough to watch their shield move and then slash. Because by the time I've slashed, they've already moved into a new position and are blocking from a different direction. So... fortunately, in this game, in combat, you can usually just guess. And it's good enough. That's not close enough. Like, I think this guy was one of them. Look at his big old butt. McLean, so many people called me a liar when I posted that. That reaction game test. My natural reaction time is like 3 times worse than the average human. Maybe I can grab this. No. Can I just run up here? No. Excuse me. Oh, you can't get me from here. You're fine. I forget what the numbers are, but it's something like the typical human can like click the thing inside of like 300 milliseconds, and it takes me like 700. I forget what the exact numbers are, but yeah, it's rough. I have terrible reaction times. Okay. That looks like an exit, actually, because it looks like I'm going to push that aside, so it actually looks like I need to come from over there. Send you on a scouting mission. Yeah, Breath of the Wild has lots of stuff in it. Because whenever I stream those games, people are just like, just do this thing. It's super easy. Like, you can kill the Guardians in one hit. All you gotta do is perfect parry. Like, yeah, I get that. I can't do it consistently. I'll spend 4 or 5 shields on a single Guardian trying to perfect parry. I'm not looking to fight you anyway. Just going to go around you. I don't think I've ever fought one of those guys successfully. Come to think of it. But yeah, I have many, many instances of the Dark Souls fanboys coming out to... I was just here and I decided I couldn't get there from this angle, didn't I? That's why I warped over to that in the first place. No, I climb up from here. I didn't see this block to climb up onto. Tunic fixed the problem, thankfully. They added a difficulty setting. They had 2 difficulty settings. They were utterly impossible and completely invincible. That was their solution at launch. Was, okay, some people are going to find our combat too hard. So what those people want, obviously, is no challenge ever, 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 ever. So instead of having difficulty options, what we'll do is we'll just, if these terrible players still want to play our game for whatever reason, we'll just make them invincible, so no monster can ever kill them. Then they can't complain about how hard the combat is. But like, and it's not fun playing a game when you're just invincible, right? At least I don't think so. But yeah, I wrote a blog post about my experience with Tunic, and it got filled up. The comments filled up with angry Dark Souls fanboys. Oh, it's Goron, friend. My stream die? It says I've got an excellent connection. What does OBS say? No, it's not storming or anything. I don't have any explanation for why the stream might have paused. I have no idea. Here, let's cycle my capture card again, just because I'm here on this screen. See, I think the Tunic developers understand difficulty tremendously. I think they have a great handle on difficulty. They designed a game specifically for people who want like Dark Souls style combat, but in a top-down like exploration puzzle, like a Zelda kind of game. What if Link to the Past had Dark Souls combat? That was their design doc, and they nailed it. They absolutely killed it. Everybody who loves that style of game loved it. Everybody who is able to play that style of game just fine absolutely adored it. And I adored all the parts of it I was able to play. But then I reached a boss that I just could not beat. There were two bosses in the story that I went back and forth kind of between the two of them for hours and hours and just couldn't do it. And my options were give up or turn on invincibility mode. So I turned on invincibility mode, and then the rest of the game just was not at all satisfying. But oh, I can't put that one in my box. Like, I don't blame them for not having difficulty settings, because that's the Dark Souls formula, is to difficulty settings are for pussies. If you need an easy game, don't play it. That's the Dark Souls formula. That's From Software's position. That's what every Dark Souls fan has told me. Like, so yeah, when they were designing Tunic, I absolutely understand why they didn't put in difficulty settings. And they got to a stage in their development where they're like, well, actually, though, we're also appealing to this other group of players, like these like exploration kind of players. Aren't they going to have trouble with this combat? But then they were like too far in their development to design the game around multiple difficulty settings. So like invincible mode was just their kludge. That's my headcanon anyway. Maybe there was something here in the far... What do you mean it's not the easiest name to say? It's Dink. Your name is harder to say than Dink. I'm fine with games catering to like niche audiences, but difficulty is an accessibility thing. Like, I don't think it's healthy to have a game developer say players who aren't good enough, our game's not for them. Because what happened with Dark Souls is that fosters a community of really just angry and mean people who then use that and weaponize it against other players to deflect criticism of the game. It's okay to make your game for one niche audience, but then if I'm not in that audience, it's okay for me to criticize it. And that's not the relationship that From Software has fostered with Dark Souls. They have an audience that is just super toxic and will turn out in droves to deflect any criticism from their game as being a failure on the part of the critic. In my case, not being good enough to play the game. And I think it really sucks when I'm interested in a game and then I sit down to play it and I can't. Like, I like it to be my decision if a game is for me or not. I thought Bloodborne looked great. It has a great setting. The controls are fantastic. I think the action in it is really good. I would have loved exploring it, but I can't. I just couldn't. That's not a decision I made for myself. That's a decision from software made for me. And they have the resources to make a game with difficulty settings. So... I think of it in terms of like a developer who just, for whatever ideological reason, refuses to put subtitles in their game. Like, yeah, it takes resources to put subtitles in your game. And yeah, if you don't design or work with a game engine where it's part of your upfront idea to have subtitles, it can be a big pain in the ass and a major drain to add them in much, much later in development. And yeah, you have the right to just say, we're not having subtitles, it's our game, we did make it for you. But just because you have the right to do all those things, I still don't think it's a good idea. I think you should put subtitles in every game. We just played Link's Awakening recently, and Link's Awakening has that new color dungeon. Colorblind people cannot solve that dungeon as designed in Link's Awakening. In the version we played the DX version. That you just can't, because the way the dungeon is designed, you can't tell, if you can't differentiate red from green, you can't solve the dungeon because there's red switches and there's green switches and you need to be able to see which are which. You just have to guess. In subsequent remakes of Link's Awakening on the Switch, they redesigned that section. So people that have that limitation can look at patterns on objects instead of discerning the colors. You're not compromising the art at all. That's exactly the argument that I reject. Because if Dark Souls has an easy mode, you don't have to play it. You can play it on super hard I'm a God gamer mode, as hard as you want to play it. That's the only way to play it now. But if there was an easy mode, I would get to play it, right? Or Tunic, or Hollow Knight, or any of these other games. You're not compromised at all. You still get the experience that you want and you crave, but other people also get an experience that they might like. The argument is, well, it's a lesser experience. You don't get to experience it the way that it was intended. But again, that I'm uncomfortable. Like, I like to make that determination when I play a game. I don't like companies making that decision for me. So yeah, I've actually been having this conversation with people since Contra 4. I don't know if any of you guys remember Contra 4, but the developer at the time was like, if you don't play it on hard mode, you don't get the ending or something. And there was some pushback against that, and people were like, well, just if they put an easy mode in the game, everybody will just play it on easy, and then there's no point to having a challenging game. And like, that's just not even an argument, though. I mean, you're just wrong, Jude. I just do not disagree. I just do not agree at all. If you think it takes something away from you as a Dark Souls player, that somebody else is enjoying it on an easier setting, first of all, that's already happening because people can just hack the game, right? Especially on PC. And if you're of that opinion, like the game is lesser in some way, or its artistic value isn't as good because it has a difficulty setting, then that's exactly the toxicity I'm talking about in the Dark Souls community. And if you're saying it's from an artist perspective, then you're a toxic artist. If an artist is saying, I made this thing, and I only want you to experience it one specific way, and if you don't, then screw off, then you're a toxic artist. And I still don't want to support you. Like, no movie manufacturer in memory has said this movie can never have subtitles. To my knowledge, maybe there is. Maybe there's a movie out there where there's like interviews with the guy who's like, yeah, they said that they were going to put subtitles on the DVD, so we like had to go to court or whatever. But yeah, I just don't buy the argument that easy modes at all reduce a thing's artistic value or any of that. I've heard 1,000 different versions of that same argument. The game is... Yeah, I'm not going to agree. I'm not going to agree with you. Subtitles do substantively change the art. They put big blocky letters on the screen 100% of the movie. There's a reason that when you go see a movie in a theater, they don't put the subtitles on. They have separate subtitle showings, usually only one or two through a whole run of a movie, for that exact reason. Because most people do think the subtitles detract from the art. Most people don't want to see the big blocky text, but some people need the big blocky text. So in cases where the media is released in a form where somebody can choose how to consume it, the subtitles are ubiquitous because it's a choice on the part of the consumer. I remember, what movie was it? It was many, many years ago, but we were looking to buy movie tickets for something, and like it was the last day it was going to be in theaters. And like if we didn't go see this movie today, it was going to be gone. We'd have to wait for the DVD. And for some reason, we were buying the tickets like over the phone. So this must be like 2005, 2006. But like the movie phone or whatever is like, this showing only, like it's a subtitle showing for the hearing impaired. And I was like, I didn't know they did that. That sounds great. I love subtitles. But again, that's just if From or any other developer decides up front that I'm making this artistic choice and therefore I don't want Brickroad to make the decision himself whether or not he can play this game. We want to make that decision for him because otherwise it compromises our art. Fine, you have that right, but I'm never going to buy one of your projects ever again. And that's my right as a consumer. I don't have to spend my money on anything I don't want to. I don't have to play a game I don't want to. I can choose to play whatever game I want for whatever reason I want. Or I can choose to avoid any game I want for whatever reason I want. And I choose to do that with From Software because I have bought 2 of their games and been unable to play them. Here's the thing. If you go to a movie theater and the movie theater is doing something that ruins the movie, like putting subtitles on it or whatever, you can go get a refund, right? Like I can go back to the ticket booth and be like, hey, I bought a ticket for your thing and I didn't know there were going to be subtitles and I hate subtitles. They'll give you a refund and you can leave. I'm never going to get a refund for the money I spent on Bloodborne. I spent money on Bloodborne. I think like $20. Did I trigger you? But that's just, I'm like, I can't contact From Software and be like, hey, I tried out your game and it turns out I'm not good enough to play it. So can I get a refund? No, of course not. They're not going to, they don't care. And as an artist myself, as a writer, I would never in a million years, like if I published my book and I got a letter from somebody saying, hey, I tried to read your book, but it was too hard because I went to the library and they said, I can't even think of an equivalent. It's just such a nonsense argument. Like audiobooks. I like listening to audiobooks. Not every book works as an audiobook, obviously, but a lot of books do. And some authors do take the hardline stance of, no, you cannot read this as an audiobook. I'm not going to release it that way. Some authors were hardline against like digital distribution of books because it has to be, they want something you can hold in your hand. But yeah, if I ever got a letter saying, hey, your publisher decided to cancel all your audiobooks and that's the only way I can read books, I would be mortified as an artist to ever know somebody tried to enjoy my thing, hit a roadblock because of some decision I made. My first instinct would be to fix that problem by making some other decision, right? Like find out what can I do to help this person or this group of people enjoy the work that I've made. Oh, I love House of Leaves. Oh, God. I mean, I'll put it this way. I've read House of Leaves. It is pretentious. It is difficult for the sake of being difficult. I also 100% believe you could read it as an audiobook. Because that's the big thing about House of Leaves, is they say it doesn't work as an audiobook. You can't read the person who recommended House of Leaves to me was a YouTuber that I trust, who does like literature reviews sometimes. And that's what he said, is you can't read it on a Kindle, you can't read it as an audiobook, you have to get it as a book. So I did, and it's fine, but as I was reading it, I'm like, you could 100% tell that, like, have this as an audiobook. It would be obnoxious. It would be an absolute horror show, but reading House of Leaves is obnoxious. That's part of the story. It's part of how it's supposed to be. But yes, I do hold difficulty to be an accessibility feature. I think every game development team in 2024 has the resources to consider game difficulty as part of their design. Nobody who sets out to make a video game in 2024 is going to get caught with their pants down on this issue. Every possible argument on game difficulty has been made and debated and tried in the market. There is a market for games that are super hard and it's impossible to make them easier without hacking. Clearly there's a market for that. From Software makes billions. But nobody's getting caught with their pants down. Everybody who does game design knows the question needs to be asked at this point. What's going to happen when I touch you? I'm sorry, are you wearing Captain Morgan's hat? Oh, okay. Do I now have a boat that turns this sea of sand into a sea of water? Are we leaving, Captain? But what I'm saying is that the sensation of playing a game that you're interested in and that you really, really want to like, that speaks to you in some way, and then getting to a point where you have to quit playing the game because you just can't do it, that really sucks. And anytime a player gets into that situation, there's been a failure of design or conveyance or something. I've been in that situation with many games, and it really sucks. And anytime I criticize games that have done that to me, I get this, well, it's your fault, and here's why kind of argument. Invisible. Here's the thing. The games that I consider hard, that I really enjoy most, really hard puzzle game kind of stuff, like the REM series I just played through Leaf's Odyssey, these kinds of things, most players think those games are BS. Most players look at a game like REM and just say, that's BS. We're never playing that. It's the... Especially Leaf's Odyssey, which I've put 30-something hours into now. I would love to get on your boat. Like... That's like the very definition of a niche game. It was made by one person. He made it specifically because he wanted a level editor that he was so intimately familiar with that other people could use to make levels that he could then play and experience. That's his stated reason for wanting to do that. That's the very definition of a niche audience game, and the game is still super accessible to anybody who wants to play it. Nobody is going to... Worst case scenario, you have to look up a puzzle solution. I didn't have to look up any puzzle solutions. I solved the whole game on my own because I like hard puzzle games. And I'm good at hard puzzle games. And it took me twice as long to complete the game as the other people on Steam who have completed it, apparently. A bunch of people have posted screenshots of Leaf's Odyssey with the end screen at like 14 hours. And I'm like, wow, that took me almost 40 hours. Oh, no, I don't want to fire a cannon. We're just a different kind of Wind Waker now? So, difficulty level for puzzles, that's a really interesting discussion. Like an extreme, there's a couple different ways to do it. Some puzzle games, you can do it just by tripling the amount of work. You can just design easy, medium, and hard puzzles. You can do it by having an in-game hint system. But the bottom line is that action games and like thinking games, the question of difficulty is not comparable, because in a thinking game, in Myst or in Monkey Island or in Outer Wilds, half of Outer Wilds is an action game. You can always, if you're super stuck and you just can't go forward, you can always just look up the solution. That's not always a great option for every player, but it will get you unstuck and on to the next part of the game. All of us have played puzzle games where we've had to look stuff up. In Bloodborne, the boss that I can't fight, I have looked up how to beat him. I know how to beat him. I've watched videos of people doing it. I understand what buttons I have to push, in what order, and under what circumstances. I have a physical limitation where I'm not fast enough to do the inputs in response to his actions. If I could just push a button and have that fight be over, I would have done that. And I did do that in Tunic. Tunic has a mode you can turn on. You're now completely invincible to all monsters. I found it unsatisfying to play the game that way, but I did finish the game. I saw all the content I wanted to see. I solved all the puzzles in the game. Never once looked up a puzzle solution in Tunic. I stopped shy of literally translating the Tunic language, Tunicese or whatever. But I did see all the content, and it was very unsatisfying. And it's unsatisfying to look up puzzle solutions, too. But you always have that option. And Leaf's Odyssey doesn't have a hint system. If you're stuck on a puzzle, it's like Baba Is You. If you're stuck on a puzzle, like if you just don't have a concept, you're just going to be stuck forever. Can I sneak through here? No. But Unlike Bloodborne, you can just go look up the solution and get past that one puzzle. And maybe you'll hate that puzzle forever. Because that's the downside of puzzles, isn't it? Like, if I pushed a button to instant kill the Bloodborne boss for me, and I was like, well, that sucked. I didn't like that. Hold on. How do I get out of this boat? I'm, like, glitching up against the wall here. But there is, theoretically, always the potential. Like, I could always go back at some later date. I gotta figure out how to get off this boat before I continue this thought. None of my buttons are lighting up. Maybe I just can't go here yet. But no, there's always a potential, some later date, if I ever decide that I want to be stubborn enough or like get good enough or get lucky enough, I could go back and fight that boss. With a game like the puzzles in Tunic or Outer Wilds or Baba Is You, like, once you look up a solution, that's it. You can't unknow the solution, right? And that's just a quality of puzzle games that you really can't work around. You either know the solution or you don't. That said, I'm not aware of... I mean, I guess it's possible, like, there are players with learning disabilities that just can't solve puzzles. Yeah, I can get out here because there's a storyline thing here. But I'm not sure that I know what the equivalent to a boss that requires really good reflexes for a player that doesn't have good reflexes would be in a puzzle game. Because even stuff like Baba Is You really just comes down to having basic reasoning and pattern recognition skills. Which I think everybody is capable of. I think people who say that they were too dumb to solve Baba Is You, I think what they mean in a lot of cases are once they've been stuck on a puzzle for a couple of hours, they get bored and don't want to play it anymore. Oh, see, that's as far as my time bubble goes, though. I feel the same way about puzzles in Zelda dungeons, as I've stated over and over again playing these games. I think most people don't like being stuck in Zelda dungeons, and so the dungeons that really have intricate puzzles that need to be solved tend to be the ones that players like the least. Like my beloved water temple, which everybody hates. I don't know that I want to go this way. Yeah, I don't think I can get my bomb over here anyway. Okay, can I get up here? Even the hard Zelda dungeons are easy in terms of puzzle solving. Like, even a hard Zelda puzzle is not usually hard. But there are Zelda dungeons that are notorious for people getting stuck on. Specifically because sometimes... I said I was going to go back to Skyloft. And check my upgrades. We'll do that right now. Like Water Temple in Ocarina of Time, you will never solve it by accident. Nobody has ever solved Water Temple by accident, just by wandering the dungeon and solving each individual room. You reach a point in Water Temple where you have to know the layout of the map, at the very least. You have to have developed a skill to where, like, to know where to go and look. If all you do is go in circles, if all you do is just kind of follow the paths of the dungeon, you're going to end up going through the water loop repeatedly. It's the same thing in Ice Palace and Link to the Past. That's another notorious dungeon that people can't figure out. It's why everybody comes back to that dungeon with the block wand later. Is because if you just kind of wander the dungeon without really engaging with it, you're going to get stuck in a loop and go through the same loop repeatedly. And people don't like that. Gondo! Alright, I cannot upgrade my bug net. I can upgrade this. I'm gonna. Gondo! I don't mind arcane knowledge games, but when I go into a game, I want it to be one thing or the other thing, right? Like, I like games, like modern Zelda games, because you can, like, the game gives you feedback on what actions are possible, and there's usually a linear progression to your moveset as you go. I like that. I don't mind arcane knowledge games. Like, if Breath of the Wild had not had anything like that and it was just pure arcane knowledge, I would have enjoyed it, but I don't think a lot of other people would have. Can't do that one. I can't figure out how to catch tumbleweeds. I can't do that. Alright, so we're just... Gondo! What's my... Ooh, I need Drank. I'm glad I came back, actually. Link, use a ladle. Now your finger's going to be all sticky. Does that bother anybody else, or is it just me? I have a thing where, like, I can't have stuff on my hands, right? Like, my hands have to be clean at all times. So this bugs me when he just does this. Oh, I didn't mean the blue one. Well, whatever. Like, now your whole bottle is sticky and it's all over your hands. You dork. Definitely didn't mean to buy an air potion, so we'll just... Now his gloves are all wet. But I don't like having any kind of schmutz on my hands. Ever. So, like, during the pandemic, during lockdown, where, like, everybody was like, you gotta wash your hands all the time. I'm like, I'm already doing that. I wash my hands constantly. Yeah, like, he was just in the desert, like, picking up garbage and stuff. And he just put his disgusting hands in the vat. Like, come on, Link. Other people got a drink out of that. Like, even when I'm just, like, eating a meal, I have to have... Like, I can't even use napkins, guys. I get real antsy, like, at a restaurant where they give me just paper napkins. I have to have, like, a cloth napkin, even. It's like I don't have one on my desk right now because I just threw it the laundry today. But usually I've got a piece of cloth, like a rag or a little towel or something on my desk. Because, like, even drinking my Pepsi, like, the condensation of the can of Pepsi. See, I can do chicken wings, but after every single bite of my chicken wing, McLean has seen me eat chicken wings. Maybe he remembers. After every single bite, I have to lick my fingers clean, and then I have to dry my hands on my preferably cloth napkin. It doesn't surprise me that Dr. Pepper outsells Pepsi. Dr. Pepper is delicious. The problem with Dr. Pepper is it very rarely goes on, like, a BOGO sale. A lot of the Pepsi that I buy, a lot of times will go to the store and be like, you get, like, buy one, get one. And I realize that, like, BOGO stuff, like, I realize it's not actually savings. Like, it's all just marketing gimmicks. But I'm going to drink the Pepsi anyway. I might as well buy it at the best price I can get it at, right? Okay, so I can block that. Ooh, no, I don't want to block that. I want my other shield out for this. How do I... Oh, that's my... Oh, that's not a shield. That's why. There you go. What you got, son? Okay, so I can't knock that back. He didn't like that. Bought me enough time to get up and over, though. Yeah, like these monsters... Not the blue ones. The yellow. There's a yellow version of these monsters that attack too quickly for me. So I got in the habit of just doing this. Just double tapping a direction. And eventually I'll guess right. Maybe this one is always vertical, though. But yeah, the yellow versions, like, they open up. And you have to see which way they've opened in order to, like, slash the right way. But the yellow ones are too quick for me. So I just have to guess. Nothing. Yeah, man, I like me some Dr. Pepper. I will frequently get a case of Pepsi and a case of Dr. Pepper. Or I should say I'll frequently get like a case of Pepsi and a case of something else. And you know what? I know I'm not supposed to drink soda. I get it. Everybody says don't drink it. It's bad. But, you know, the world sucks, guys. I don't know if you've noticed. But the world kind of sucks. And everything that I do that makes me happy, people tell me, don't do it, it's bad. I'm not allowed to do anything. Everything I do sucks. Video games rot your brain. DoorDash is bad. Amazon is bad. Everything that makes my life easy or enjoyable is terrible. Including soda. How do I get around you? What am I doing here? Well, we're not breaking your shield, that's for sure. That didn't even work. I haven't figured out how to fight these guys yet. I've just been going around them. So I think we just bait him over here and then walk past him. He's not going to leave his little... Alright, is there somewhere else to go? Not really. Let's shoot him in the back with my new slingshot. He didn't care. Even a little bit. Alright, I guess we have to engage him then. Where'd he go? Can't see him. This is stealth action gameplay here. There's like mosquitoes out here or something. I'm doing damage to him. I can hear the damage sound. This will work eventually. I can't believe this is working, but I don't know how you're supposed to fight this thing. This is just what I came up with.
But you're playing it wrong. How dare you play the video game incorrectly?
No, I'm not even here. You can just go ahead and move on back. No, I've tried hookshotting the shield out of his hands. It just bounces off. Some of them have wooden shields that you can, like, chop apart, but not this one. See, now he's not leaving, though. Like, look how dumb this is. Like, they can't have him come onto the platform, right? Because then you could just go around him, and they want to make sure that you fight him. But... yeah, oh my god. Are you serious? Are you serious? No, when I'm locked onto a monster and I push the Midna button, you're supposed to tell me about the monster. You... climb over the large shield as if it were a wall. Okay. I would have never tried that in 1,000 years. Yeah, like this guy here. He attacks too quickly, so... but if I just guess the same thing every time, I will eventually get him, is what I've learned. Okay, that goes back down to the beginning. Really? That's disappointing. How did we kill these guys previously? Oh, they're using fire, so I need my other shield for once. If I'm going to use a shield here, I've got to do it correctly. Oh, crap. Forgot how to roll. Alright, so hookshot just doesn't lock onto anything. You can't lock onto monsters with a hookshot. That's not what I wanted the camera to do, Link.
Hey, let's put the lock-on button and the camera button on the same button. It's a good idea.
Go ahead and shoot me. Okay, just sidestep that. Give me time to equip my... I can't even lead the target. You can't... It's locked on... but I can't lead the target at all. I'm holding the stick left. It's doing nothing. I have to wait for it to stop. I would love to just shoot this thing in the face. Although shooting it in the face didn't do anything. My guess was hit its tail with the hook shot, but that didn't do anything. Also, I don't know where it is now. Alright, I guess we just don't fight this then. We just leave. Not that way. Alright, where do you want me to go next? That's where I came from. That's too far away. Good thing I've scraped this cactus clean. Cactus can't hurt me anymore. It's got to be this thing then. I would love to kill this monster. God damn it. Okay. Hookshot won't grab that either. Can I interact with this some other way? The Link won't grab it. What else do I have? Whip. Can I grab you with a whip? Why that works and not the hookshot, in 1,000 years I could not explain. In 1,000 years, I could not explain why the whip works in these interactions, but the hookshot does not. Yeah, why does crashing into a wall as a wolf make the snow fall? But throwing bombs at the same wall does absolutely nothing. That's just how Zelda do sometimes. So the conveyance here is that the hookshot literally only interacts with these specific targets. Like it's one thing to say, like, you know what? We have an item we want you to use in a certain way. Only use it in that way. That's fine, but the feedback that the player gets, or at least this player gets, is like, don't experiment with the hook shot. If you don't see a target, don't even pull it out, right? And that's what I know to do now. I can't see the other one at all, so I hope it's not spitting fire. It is spitting fire at me. And I'm dead. Fantastic. Lock and key puzzles are dumb when you have two similar locks and two similar keys. That is correct. And it is a characteristic of Zelda games, unfortunately. Pretty much since, I would say since Wind Waker. There are edge cases in Ocarina, in the rando that I play, that I've noticed, but they're like not intended behavior. Like there are certain targets you can trigger with the slingshot that you can't trigger with the bow, and vice versa. When theoretically both should work on any of them, right? But that's not intended, like that's because I'm playing a randomizer. That wasn't Nintendo. That wasn't a design decision Nintendo made. I never knew bombs worked on Helmasaur until I streamed Link to the Past one time. And they're like, why don't you go kill that thing with bombs? Why are you running up there with a hammer? And I'm like, oh, I have always done it with a hammer. I thought you had to, because like this is the hammer dungeon, right? I don't know what my goal is right now, by the way. I'm only here exploring this because I think this is the place the story wants me to be. Like, we met the little robot friend, and I know he, like, lives up here, but I don't know what he's... Like, why we're here doing this. Bye. Maybe you can't fight those things. Yeah, this is a particularly bad example of similar key and lock, isn't it? Because we just got a brand new item that grabs things. And so my inclination is to try using it in everything in this area. But the solution was no, go back to the previous item that grabs things in basically the same way. That's the solution. Yeah, that's rough. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, that was bad. I thought maybe I would knock the plant off the wall with my hook shot. So I guess we just need to make sure we don't. Oh, no, he woke up. Oh, he's mad now. Okay. Did not care. Okay, why did this work the first time? So he's not waking up on a cycle. He's waking up when I get close, but he didn't do it the first time. Did it this time. I don't think there's anything to hit on that with the beetle. Hit what with the beetle? Because its stem is like clipped into the wall behind it. And if I touch the wall, I'll crash. Oh, that time it worked. Try everything twice in this game. Unless it's a switch in the Ancient Cistern, then try it 101 times. I just have to take this damage because I'm not going to... Oh, God. You have to roll to put out the fire, but rolling on this platform basically just means going for the fall. Okay. Okay, now where? Probably get the hook shot back out. I didn't like that either, though, because like the solution there was to cut the guy's stem with the beetle, but the graphic of his stem was like clipped almost entirely into the wall. That felt like some jank to me. I've been having problems with this with the feedback in this game the whole time I've been playing it. Things that like I didn't like appeared to not work that but ended up being the solution, or things that looked like they should work but don't. Oh. Are we just... Is the next dungeon just City in the Sky again? I feel like the next dungeon's going to have a lot of this kind of stuff. This can't be the dungeon, surely. No, this is just Jabroni Sam's house. Where does this go? Back down. I don't want to go back down yet. Alright, we got a Mario Sunshine this house up. When you go to equip a weapon, you have to let go of the stick and the shoulder at the same time, or the weapon doesn't come out. Which is not aggravating at all, and is totally cool. Oh, right. You gotta collect the stuff or it just doesn't work for some reason. Okay. No, don't do this. Oh, no. We are Wind Waker now. Are those the little guys from Moana? Okay. Walking all over his priceless artwork. I was expecting to find a crystal in here. Are we getting our health back because we're sitting on the... Wait, what? Look, I only did this because I wanted to show you guys how derpy Link looks when he's sitting in his dumb chair. So I can step away for 2 minutes. I didn't realize I was going to get all my hearts back. Look how bored he is to be in this game. But yeah, I'm going to step away for 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. All right. I'm up here now. What if you talk about a bug infestation? All right, so we can't turn this into the swingy that you can in Twilight Princess. We're stuck here. We can't raise up or down. That must be the flame on the door. Oh, because there's bugs up here that she wants me to take. Hurrah. Yes, indeed, there was a bug infestation. Okay, so we're going back down now. By the way, as part of my revision process for my novel that I'm working on, I actually am doing audio recordings of each chapter so I can listen to them back. That's part of my revision process. So to anybody who I've offered or who has interest, because I've had a couple people who didn't want to read the book because they just don't like to read. They prefer audiobooks. I might have that option available for them in the near future. At least at this stage, it would still be a draft. Wait, why couldn't we go there to begin with? See, I've got two people who are like, yeah, I tried to read the book, but I just can't read it because it's a Google Doc, right? That's the only kind of way the book exists right now. But like, reading it in Google Docs is such a pain in the ass because I can't read it on my Kindle or listen to it as an audiobook. So I've already experienced people telling me like, oh, I can't enjoy the book the way I want to right now. So I'm going to call some bluffs in the near future. I've got some people be like, hey, I'm going to have... Should I? Great. I'm not doing any editing on the audio. It's basically just for me to listen to it back, so I can catch things. Because I often read aloud when I'm revising, or even when I'm just offering critique on somebody else's work. I like to read aloud for that purpose. But that takes energy, right? Like it consumes brain cycles to do the reading part that are different from when you're just listening. Oh, this is looking pretty dungeony. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's just a roller coaster ride. Can't get in. This place has cool music, at least. Did anything about this game at any point get repped in Smash? Because Zelda is one of those series, like, Smash Brothers usually pulls a lot from, like, specific games in the series, often the most recent game in the series. But I feel like even, like, when Smash came out on the Wii U, like, nah, we just passed this one over. Like, yeah, when Smash Ultimate came out, they actually changed Zelda's character design to match a different game than Ocarina, because Zelda and Sheik both repping Ocarina. I think Ganondorf still uses the Twilight Princess version. Link uses the Breath of the Wild version now, and then Zelda uses A Link to the Past. I don't want to fight two of you. One of you is hard enough. Oh my god. I mean, there might be like a trophy of Fee in it. But I don't, like, she's not a playable character. Alright. Okay, hookshot doesn't do anything. If you close in, they attack you. If you stay too far away, they don't do anything. Or are they just shy about coming onto this bridge like the previous guy was? Can monsters just not step onto bridge? You know what? You guys have fun. I'm leaving. Screw you, lizards. I don't want to spend all day trying to figure out how to fight two of you at once. Oh, you're here. Okay. Lean your body to balance the weight of the card as you approach the curve. B to slow down. Jump to clear out. We Donkey Kong Country now. Got it. And I have like no camera control at all. This is not the camera view I wanted. How do I know if I'm going too fast? Should I just like slow down periodically? Where are we getting all this speed from? Like what? Isn't the whole point of these carts that they don't have power? The game is breaking its own rules now. The whole point of these carts is they don't have power. That's why we needed to get like... to use the time crystals to go to the future versions of them, which were powered. I was looking for a heart or two. I might have misunderstood that, but I thought that was the whole point, is these minecarts don't have power on their own. So, like, that's why we have to push them when we find them in these past areas, but if you have a time crystal... They move on their own. But now these minecarts can move on their own. So, what's the conveyance here? This goes back to the start. This is what I mean. The feedback in this game is just not. It's just not correct. There's something really wrong about what the game is trying to teach you. What it's trying to show you through its gameplay. Alright, let's do this again. And I don't know how to jump to clear obstacles. I don't have a jump button at the moment. Okay, so there's not a switch track. You just lean the direction you want to go. Does it just jump automatically if I've got enough speed? Is that the idea? Because it cautioned me about going too fast, but I'm not sure what it meant. I almost fell there. Is this the right way? Okay, way too fast. How did we not come off there? It just gets random crazy bursts of speed out of absolutely nowhere. Okay. I'll take it. Now that I know I can sit for hearts, let's do that. When is this in a dungeon, is it? We're not in a dungeon. But it's just a bird step. Maybe no, it can't be. There's no way. I don't know. Maybe it counts as a dungeon. Maybe it doesn't. I don't think anything in this game is physics-based. Even like the rolling bombs along slopes or things don't feel like there's any actual physics involved. It just feels like if you pick the right trajectory, the bomb just goes to the predetermined place where they want it to go. All right, blowing some more sand away. Wait a minute. This is just that boss again. Really? We're just reusing dungeon bosses now, huh? As, like, regular monsters? Oh, that's disappointing. I mean, I guess they didn't literally make me go to the dungeon again, which is nice of them, considering it was only 2 dungeons ago. But we're fighting the boss again. I don't know how to avoid this attack. He just seems to lunge for me wherever I am. Wow, yeah, that's disappointing that they reuse this. I'm not going to count that against the dungeon because we're not there. But, yeah, I don't know. Just seeing dungeon bosses reused like this feels wrong. Okay, well... I think you only... Well, you know what? Hold on. Let me backtrack that opinion a bit. Let me... Because we're on into the second tier of dungeons now, right? That scorpion guy, what was his name? Moldarok. But I wasn't even asking you anything. Shut up. I'm checking my notes. Because the first 3 dungeons... But we're not going to fight the other bosses again, surely. We're going to fight the Demon Lord guy again, but not in that form. And we're certainly not going to fight the roly-poly guy again. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like that or not. I mean, I didn't like fighting him again because it was kind of a dumb boss. but So that was it. We're done here now. This better not be the first goddamn island I tried to sail to. This better not take me to the first place where I went to a dock and it wouldn't let me get out. Okay. At least it's a new area. But, like, what was preventing me from sailing to this area to begin with? I wonder. Like, we just literally had to go there to triple plot flag. We just had to go there to find out that there was nothing there. We didn't actually get anything. I'm dying to know what happens if you sail here before that other place then. Like, something would block you from going in here, surely. But, like, what is it? Like, what doesn't allow you to do it? So this guy has some awareness that he's like a prisoner in this time bubble. The other robots didn't seem to realize the time period they were in. They were acting like it was still the far past. But this guy seems to understand it.
Bats. Bats. I hate them.
Worst enemies in the game. Excuse you. Go away. Oh my god. Didn't realize that was quicksand. I got the impression that the robots couldn't see beyond their little horizon. Because the other bots that we've seen made no notice of it. It might be that this one has like a level of sentience that the others don't. Right? That could be it. I don't know. The game's not consistent in anything. So why would it be consistent in this? Just like a big, stupid platform. Am I going down here? No, I'm going in this door.
Door.
Please don't make me fight another scorpion. Please. Come on, don't. Please don't. Now are we in a dungeon? I don't know. Like, that's a lot of... If it was a dungeon, it would only be showing me one room, not the whole area. I'm going to play around in here for a little bit and see. Oh, we don't fight you. We just walk past you. Farewell. I don't fight you either. Why fight anything? Yeah, I see it. I see it, Fee. I'll bet you a Buffalo Nickel only one of my grabby devices can touch it, though. Can't grab it with this, even though it's a grabby device. Gotta grab it with the other grabby device. Nope, never mind. You just pick it up. So the door just vanished. What was it before? Just, oh, like spikety chains. Didn't really need the hearts there, but... Oh, God. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Oh, it doesn't roll. Come on, that was... Okay, I guess it's enough to... Enough to trigger him, at least. I thought that was a cool idea. Why do you have this rolling mechanic, but then don't let me roll the giant D12? Come on, man. Oh, that's no fun. I feel like a celebrity. Not really. Wild. Alright, so it's an invisible wall room. Any other little flowers down here? Yeah. Back where I came from. I'm still stalled out like 60% of the way through a playthrough of Lufia 1. I paid way too much money for a Lufia 1 cartridge and then played half of it. Ah. Okay, try that again. Because you can't run while holding an item like this. You can only walk. So we just got to line up correctly. Okay, I think I see what we're doing here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I don't. Those aren't spiketies. Those are iron frames. So I need to make that vanish, but not this. Maybe I can pick it up through the bars. Or no, maybe I'll just do this. Man, there was almost a cool puzzle there. Or like, but nah, just put a switch in the room, whatever. Like, this is the kind of mechanic they can get some really cool interactions out of. But will we see any? Dude, I want my box. Alright, Seymour, calm down. I think the blue ones always go a certain way. Like, there's horizontal blue ones and vertical blue ones. The yellow ones are the ones that switch and are faster. I think. Let's do this. Alright, so we're not looking to get on top of the platforms in this room at all. Yeah, that's what I want. I want an evil crystal. I don't think we're in a dungeon. Yeah, this is kind of like a pre-dungeon-ish area. God damn. All right. Happy birthday, guys. Oh, I can't get the vertical one because it won't lock onto him. There it is. All right, got him. But I don't know. Several people told me that the cistern was a great dungeon, and I thought it was okay. Yeah, I have to guess on these guys. I can't slash them quickly enough. I realize this is what I mean about reflexes. I realize what you're supposed to do is look at the direction his sword is and then hit them the opposite way. But my brain doesn't work fast enough. So by the time he's moved and I realize where he's holding his sword and what I need to do, he's already moved to a new position or he's attacked me. So I mostly have to beat those guys just by guessing. I don't need guesswork on these. I can just keep slashing them from the same direction. Every time they open their mouth, just on reflex, just kind of double slash. And if I'm right, they'll take damage. But if I'm wrong, they'll recoil and I'll reset to neutral. Good thing about these moblins is you can like get 2 slashes in often. I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, how does your motion controller know whether you're swinging or repositioning? That's not a problem I have on a control stick, but... yeah, how would the Wiimote even know? I hadn't considered that, but I'm not sure how the Wiimote would even know whether you're just... because yeah, like even Twilight Princess has that problem sometimes. Based on speed entirely? That sounds dreadful. Not gonna lie. Alright, how did I kill you? I think I've always just dropped bombs on you. Like that. Yeah, because in my better version of the control scheme for this game involves holding down a button if you want your sword out. Like Link standing there, and then instead of like mapping the sword directly to the stick, like that, like if I push in ZL, it'll put him into this ready state, right? Like ZL would make him draw his sword out, and then if you release it, he puts it away. That would be my ideal control scheme for this game on the stick. But it sounds like even the motion control version could have benefited from something like that. Okay, well, there's nothing stopping me from just opening you, so I'm going to do that. No, I've decided we're definitely not in a dungeon at the moment. We're in, like, a dungeon-ish sort of area. Sometimes I do count those as dungeons, though. Like, I don't have a strict definition of what is and isn't a dungeon. I've kind of just been doing it by feel, because some games, the line gets real fuzzy. This is probably the most dungeon-like area I've been in that's not technically a dungeon. Okay, so we've got to go in this way. And then that happens. And I don't know what damaged me there. Link. I enjoyed absolutely nothing about motion controls. It was a fad and a gimmick, and I'm glad they're dead. And the game designers and game companies have come to understand that they were a dead end. Thank goodness. I don't miss my Wii at all. I've never taken my Kinect out of the box. I have a Kinect. It's still in the styrofoam. I've never once plugged it in. I've got 2 games that came with it. Well, whatever the pack-in, like Kinect Adventures and Kinect Dancing or whatever. Never plugged them in. And I never even had the Sony one. The Sony, what was the Sony motion controller even called? I don't remember now, but I don't know. I've never had it. There have been motion control games that I thought were kind of cool, but they were all like gimmick fad kind of stuff, like Wii Sports, right? I can honestly say I never once played a Wii game that used the motion controls where I was like, man, the motion controls really add a lot to this. And most of what I play are like traditional video games, none of which are improved with motion controls. Like, you can't make Zelda better by adding motion controls to it. Or Mario or whatever. I don't even know what the Kinect got up to. And now we're having some difficulties acclimating to VR games. I still don't have any kind of VR headset. I don't even know where in my house I would put a VR headset of any kind. I don't have the space for it. If I would find room, I guess, if I really, really was interested in it. But no, when I look at people playing VR games, I just have no desire. Okay, is this where I died? Or did I make it through here? I made it through here. This is where I died. can't throw it or roll it. That sucks. Why did he... Oh, he fell out of the range of the thing. You guys remember Mario 3D Land that came out for the 3DS? And they're like, it's the game that's really going to use the 3D technology to the fullest. You're not going to be able to... You're going to not want to play it outside. I never once turned on the 3D. Maybe once just to, like, see what it looked like. Turned it right back off. Never again. Should I do this? Hurrah. The gimmicks of yesteryear. I don't remember how to fight you. Yes, I do. Oh, this is gonna suck. How am I gonna fight you if you're gonna jump out of the range? Oh, God. How is this gonna work? Dude. Dude! Oh my God. Okay. No, come back. Okay. Takes 1.5 years to turn around after you pull your cool thing out. Great. Dead. Yeah, we'll continue, and at least we don't have to replay the dungeon. Like, the rooms... I guess I'm thinking of this area as a dungeon. Maybe that's an indication that I should count it as one. Wow, yeah, I was only successful in fighting those creatures previously because you had large areas to fight them in and give them room to move. When there's no room for them to move around, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Come on, Link. You jackass. Yeah, run up the wall. That's what I'm trying to tell you to do. Put your boots against the wall and run up it. Don't run across the room in the direction that I'm holding the stick, you absolute jabroni. Why would you do that? Up the wall is where you want to go. All right. I've got Drank, but I really don't want to use Drank inside of like the little mini dungeon areas. I really only want to use Drank in a boss fight, honestly, because that's where you lose the most state if you die. Like, I don't think twice about replaying little rooms like this, but replaying the first 2 phases of a boss fight is irritating. This game has not had anything nearly as cool as the magnet boots in Twilight Princess. Those magnet boots, they got some really cool interactions out of those. This game hasn't done anything like that yet. Through here. There we go. Okay. See, I thought the spinner in Twilight Princess was really, really fun in the dungeon where you got it. The problem with the spinner was they didn't let you do anything else cool with it, like anywhere else in the game. And then it had like the magic wand that literally only worked in the dungeon where you found it. That was kind of dumb. So every Zelda game has dud items, for sure.
Oh boy, the Goron tunic. I can't wait to wear a red shirt.
The Goron tunic, by the way, literally actually useless. You never need the Goron tunic in Ocarina, and not once. There's nowhere in the game where you're in a hot room long enough for it to matter. Worst dungeon item across the series? I think it would be hard to beat the Dominion Rod from Twilight Princess. I really honestly do. Because it only does things in that one dungeon, and the puzzles that it does are bad. I mean, unless you want to... Like, the magic arrows in Majora's Mask are a little weak sauce, I guess. Kind of. The Zora tunic is the same, but like both of the tunics are pretty lame in Ocarina. But like a first-time player doesn't know that they're lame because the conveyance of the game is that they're both absolutely necessary. And it's only because I've played the game a lot and like know the areas really well that I've now realized that they're not necessary. So the game kind of tricks you into thinking that they're necessary when they're not. See, if you like, what I'm going to recommend you do is download Ship of Harkinian and play some randomizer seeds. I've had lots of randomizer seeds where I had to live and die on my boomerang in Ocarina. I feel like if I'm going to count that area as a dungeon, I would have to count like some of the previous areas, like the little, like the power rooms in the previous desert, like the water, fire, lightning ones. So I think I'm not going to count this as a dungeon. I have to search for you just told me this was the ship. You just told me that like the ship is here. Didn't you? I don't understand why we had to come here either. I don't know what we're doing here. Why couldn't we have been dowsing for the ship the whole time? I don't know what we accomplished in here. I mean, I'm not like really paying attention to the lore. I'm not really that engrossed. I've been paying more attention to my chat all night, but I feel like I'm not accomplishing anything in the fiction of Skyward Sword. Boomerang feels much better with gyro controls too. So why weren't we... No, I was right. We're looking for this guy's ship. Why weren't we dowsing for it the whole time? Like, she just now got the idea to douse for the ship? What did we do in there that enabled her to douse for the ship that we couldn't have done previously? Yeah, I've seen Mina the Hollower. It looks cool. I didn't know it was... I don't think it's out yet. But yeah, it looks very cool. It's going to be in the place. It's literally going to be here. It's literally going to be in the first place I checked. I sailed up to the dock, and the only reason I didn't get out is because the game did not give me a button to get out. Right? I sailed up to it. I spent like 2 minutes trying to figure... I thought maybe I was just being dumb and didn't know how to get out of my boat. But that's not the case, is it? In reality, I like this area a lot, by the way. I like this idea that we're like sailing through a desert that turns into an ocean around us. Like, this is pretty cool. It's a little interesting. I don't know that there's much they can do with it that hasn't already been done in Wind Waker. And I also kind of didn't love the sailing in Wind Waker, but I do dig this area. Trying to get to a place where I can safely douse. But it's not here, because there's little guys, Octoroks everywhere. Yeah, we're just going... The only reason I didn't go to the dungeon right away is because they didn't let me. That was it. That's the only reason. There's no reason in the universe I shouldn't have been able to get out of this boat. I still can't. They still won't let me out. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm wrong. There's still hope that the game is a step ahead of me. I don't think so. I think it's pointing me to this rock. It's like right here. Not down there. What are you indicating? Not this. I was way off. Oh, it's behind here. Okay, I see what we're doing. Is it moving? I don't think so. If the point I'm dowsing was moving, it would have like moved on by now, I think. Yeah, I don't know what I'd be shooting at. Oh, it is moving because it's not here anymore. All right, I don't know what we're doing then. Help. What's our objective? Go to the Lanayru Sand Sea. Cool. Use your dowsing ability to pursue the ship. Great. So you told me exactly what I already know. Very helpful. Thank you. Am I just supposed to shoot randomly? I thought I'd be like, I'd find a target to shoot at. Like that. Interesting. If I disabled it. All right, we've made it to the Phantom Beast. So I have to commandeer this ship, and then the ship goes to the dungeon? The ship is the dungeon. Oh, okay. I was not expecting that. Interesting. This is I'm getting very Divine Beast vibes from this dungeon. Yeah. All right, let's make a note here. We're in this, just called the Sand Ship. Okay. Oh my god. I've only been playing for 3 hours to get here. And I realize that, like, I'm not on my A game tonight, and I'm distracted during the session. But even in my frazzled, only semi-here mental state, I feel like you should be able to get to your next Zelda dungeon quicker than 3 hours. But there wasn't as much just jerking around as there was for the previous dungeon. All right, so we're not going up there. So can't climb up there. So we are gonna have a dungeon that uses this time travel mechanic. Because I was disappointed when we got to the mining facility and it kind of never used it, right? But now we've been introduced to the idea of these gems we can carry around. Well, here, let's make a note of what we did to get into it, because that was pretty novel, chasing that ship down. Like, even getting in felt like a divine beast, right? Because you got to chase down the divine beasts and go to the little fight. Like, what do? Like, you sight, like, firing lightning arrows or something as you're catching wind gusts. And okay. Let's put my butt down in this chair. Locked door. So, okay. So far, the kind of structure of dungeons in the game has been very linear. Like, at any point, there's really only one room to go to. You go to the one room, you do the thing in that one room, then that room is done and you move on. And eventually you loop back around, like, with shortcuts and things. So that's what's on my mind here as I'm in this dungeon. Like, there's only one place to go. So we're going to go in here, and then there's a locked door, and again, only one place to go. So I'm looking for a more hub and spokes design than like a tangled chain design, if that makes sense. Not from every single dungeon in the game, because I do like some variety, but so far every dungeon in this game has been of the chain persuasion. Like, there's just one... You solve each link in the chain individually, and the chain isn't perfectly straight, but there is only one direction to go on it at a time. So that's what's on my mind as I'm going through these dungeons now. And to really catch my eye, your hub and spoke dungeon has to have a loop that you get stuck in until you stop and pay attention to the puzzles in the dungeon. And that's very rare in 3D Zelda games. It happens sometimes, but those are my favorites. Lake bed, water temple. I guess technically Ice Palace. I don't want to admit to liking Ice Palace, do I? That seems unreasonable. Woo! It occurs to me that I don't know how to kill you, sir. Like, I thought I could maybe grab these chandeliers. Okay, I've got a box in this small room, and it links to this room, which I can't get it. So we've got to go through you. Yeah, my battle performance rating is strong with this monster as long as I had a bomb to fight it with, but I don't. Maybe I can. Maybe it looks like it's too far for me to throw my own bomb, but maybe it's not. I've misjudged that a lot in this game. Oh God. I've messed everything up. I can't make small corrections to the bomb because I don't have gyro controls. No, I can't throw a bomb over there. Can I roll a bomb across here? Oh my God. I'm trying to make small corrections to my aiming with the right stick. But all the right stick does is up or down. I can't use it to... I guess I can use it to arc it a little bit. But that's what I have to do here. But if I'm off a little bit like this, I have to use the left stick to pick a new trajectory. And it's so sensitive that it's basically impossible. I've wasted so many bombs. Dang. If you can't gyro aim the bombs, then that's just a mistake. Alright, well, how am I getting across here then? I'm going to try that again. Try everything twice. See? Try everything twice. Because nothing works the first time you try it. You have to try everything a second time. Is this actually a real door? It is. They're closed. It's not the item I wanted. Okay, well, that was fun to play with. I don't think I accomplished anything. I like this game's control scheme more than the DS games, though. Nothing has been... Oh, come on. Really? Alright. Stack them up. Nothing has been as egregious as Spirit Tracks, for sure. Getting lots of these little blobbers. I'm worried that I'm going to find a time crystal under a pile of sand. Yeah, I see the door, Fee. Is it sealed shut? You think it leads somewhere important? Really? Holy Christ. I was going to ignore that door entirely. I was just thinking, there is no way in a million billion years that sealed door could ever possibly go anywhere important. Oy. Not in 1,000 years could that room have gone anywhere important. What's important? Jeez. This door is not important because Fee didn't jump out and say, hey, this door is sealed shut and there must be something important. Since she didn't say that, I'm just going to assume that it's not important and I'm not going to try to open it. And now we're stuck forever because this door, well, we also don't know if this door is important. Might not be. Probably isn't. Fee didn't say it is. But like, yeah, I don't know. I hate her. I hate this NPC so much. Well, I guess we'll start here. There's more sand pits in this dungeon. That seems to be a major gimmick. I'm uncovering a bunch of unimportant things on the ground. I know they're not important because Fee has not interrupted me to tell me that they look important. There must be players out there who need that, though, right? There must be players out there who would have gotten totally stuck if Fee hadn't jumped. Like in playtesting, in QA, they must have put that little cutscene there for a reason. Somebody must have said, like, I got lost in this hallway, and there's like a door, but I didn't think the door was important. Okay. So are these correlating with... Like we're going to find another one in here? And this will tell me the password for this door. So these aren't interactables. This is just a password. It's telling me. Red is on the top. Like the combination lock gimmick here is actually a little cool. Because, like, well, relative to what? Well, relative to the red spoke on the wheel. Which is how that one puzzle should have worked, if you recall. Alright, so it wants me to hit down, up, left, and right. That's another down. Now, is there a particular order for these? I'm going to go down, up, down, right, and just see what happens. I'm going to assume that that's the case for now. And it was. Where is the sand blowing to? It's not blowing, it's melting. This is magic sand that melts into nothingness when it comes into contact with moving air. So now we're going to backtrack all the way out to the front where that first door was. It seems so arbitrary what Fee stops to explain and what she doesn't. She just interrupts you at the most random times to remind you how keys work or what a switch is. It's so strange. Because any player... Any player who would walk past this door and not think it looks important, who needed that, would never have made it this far in the game, right? Any player who legitimately needed that hint will have given up on this game a long time ago, I feel. The theming of this dungeon is exceptional. I love the setting that we're in. Oh, God, I forgot. You ever forget? Happened to me. Whew. Fee is super helpful and likable. Everyone says so. I forgot. Yeah, you're right. I can get my harp out and get 3 hearts there, but it's okay. So this is going to be a situation where, like, in the other time period, there'll be a doorway over here or something. Once I have a way to, like, kind of manipulate time throughout the dungeon. Mini boss? Are you a robot or a skeleton? Yes, you are. Both a robot and a skelling man. We're just making this guy walk the plank? Is that what we're doing? He's going to have to start blocking my attacks. Sorry, I got more hearts than you do, bud. And I got potions, so... That's not fair. I had you. He used the power of cutscene magic to cheat. Alright, I'm counting this as a sub-boss, though. Oh, he attacked twice in a row. I feel like I can always hit him when he reels back, right? Like when he reels back to hit his sword, I've always got an opening. I also should use drink, and I will if I get hit one more time. Yeah, drink. What hit me there? He was reeling back for an attack, and I was standing like 2 feet away from the spike wall. Cool. So the game doesn't pause when you go to your menu to try to get your drink out. So I can just take damage out of nowhere. Fun. I don't remember where I'm going now. Oh, I gotta walk back up to the top, I guess. Come on. Okay, what door is this? Link, face the door so I can see on my map what door this is. No, we have to go the other way. Okay, blue is a staircase. Can I just run up past all you? Great. I guess it didn't give me a checkpoint up at the top here because I didn't actually stop at the bird statue. Is that the problem? Oh, God, I forgot again. Well, some of the dungeons we've been through had verticality, but not actual dungeon floors. So it was trick, and that's a problem in every 3D Zelda game. Like, how far vertically do you have to move before the vertical movement puts you on a different floor, right? But the style of map that they use in this game, where they try to, like, this dungeon not so much, but when they try to, like, draw out, like, floor textures and things, kind of muddies the waters and what's a dungeon floor and what's not. Here, let's use this. Sometimes you can skip cutscenes you've seen before, but not this one, apparently. Okay, I need to back off when he... Or does he always get a free hit? He might always get a free hit when he deflects. No, just back off. Use the whip on the hook. Not in these first two phases, surely. I gotta knock away his sword arm first. Problem is, it takes time for me to pull my whip out, and the game doesn't pause when I go in my subscreen. So, like, I've got to do it while he's chasing me. No, I can't do anything with the whip. Doesn't do anything. Okay, I don't know what to do on this form then. Is he always swinging twice? Yeah, I can't interrupt his second swing. Okay. Wow, I lost all that ground by drinking that potion. Time he only swung once. Sometimes you can interrupt his swing and sometimes you can't. Sometimes he just beats you away. Sometimes he staggers backwards. I never got it. I didn't understand which was which there. My plan was kind of poke him when he reeled back and then be prepared to step back if he didn't flinch. I mean, should have seen that coming, I guess. Didn't she just say the whole point of the bow is you can target things from far away? Not this far away, dummy. I meant far away closer than this. Duh. Makes a cool sound effect, at least. I mean, we knew this was coming. We knew the bow was coming. It just... Getting a bow and a slingshot. I only give Ocarina a pass on that because you can't use them at the same time, right? Like, only Big Link can use the bow and only Little Link can use the slingshot, but both of them have the ranged weapon. Twilight Princess did that too. They gave you a slingshot, you use it until you got the bow, and then you never touched it ever again. Also, I kind of hate this. So you need to hold ZR to use the bow, right? To use any item. But if I hold ZR, like if I'm in a neutral state and I hold ZR, he doesn't pull the bow out. He goes to this menu. I have to tap ZR, then hold it to use the bow. That feels bad, and it's difficult to do, like, in the heat of a battle. There's a 100% chance it's a time shift stone, Fee. Do you know how I know that? Because it looks identical to every other time shift stone we've seen. You're a moron, and I want you to shut up forever. Did they just close? I can't shoot it now. Okay. So now we're in a different version of the ship. So I thought what we were going to do is have puzzles based around the idea of moving these time shift stones around. So like that little mini dungeon we went through, but it looks like it's a 2-state dungeon. And we're going to flip back and forth, kind of like Stone Tower. So note that it's got 2 time states.
and murder the pirates.
That's cute. I like the little boat elevator that we're gonna climb in through that porthole down there. Oh, I like that a lot, actually. Calling that the Jolly Boat elevator, because it's a jolly boat and it's an elevator. I was probably supposed to shoot it from inside the boat, though, so it lowered me down with it. Oh, wait, no, can't get in that way, maybe. No, we're, like, off the map. The map doesn't know what to do here. So we're not just dropping down to there. That's not going to happen. Am I going up the crow's nest then? That looks to be the case. Will it regain me access to my timey-wimey ball? Take a nap, son. Oh, I thought we were drifting around. We're not even sailing. We're not even underway. Wait, why? Why are... I'm confused. Didn't we have to chase it down and, like, shoot cannonballs at it? Now it looks like it's parked in that circle of stones that I kept saying, hey, how come we can't park there? Okay, not sure why that didn't work. Their bows just suck, and mine are awesome. Good thing this has power. Yeah, thematically, this dungeon is incredible. Love the setting. Love what it looks like. Love the theming of it. I love that. I love pirates. There's a lot to like about this dungeon. But it is just a linear state of interactions. I'm still waiting for it to do something special. And I'm a little disappointed that the time mechanic isn't going to be used for puzzles. It's just a two-state situation. But now I have access to both states on both sides of the ship. Down to the brig. Am I done up here? That almost looks like another ship way off in the distance. What is that? Alright, so it wants me to go through... You know, I'm not totally sure what it wants me to do. That's where I came from. That's the door that just opened. Is that correct? We'll figure it out. Either way, I've got new area because... Yeah, this is the way it came from, but it's new area because the ship's in a different state now. Like, I'm just gonna do a once over, I think. Okay, so that's where we got the bow. You know what? I'm gonna make an executive decision here. I've got criticism of this boss. I like the idea of, like, fighting the pirate back and forth, walking the plank. That's cool. But it should have been a bow pirate, right? It should have been a guy with a bow that you had to, like, deflect his arrows back or do something. And then you kill him and get the bow. Fighting this, like, sword and board pirate. He had a sword and a hook, I guess. To get the bow feels lackluster. Like, incorporate the bow into the dungeon. That'd have been cool. Okay, I guess I'm not going to go down here because I know that in my heart of hearts, it's not going to let me do anything. No, it might let me do something new. It might even be the way I need to go if these rooms along the hallway are going to be open now. Ugh. Yeah, I just have to guess on these guys. I can't wait for it. If I wait for them, I'm always going to be too late. That's interesting. I didn't notice that when I was up there. I can hit... Timey-wimey crystal? I can. I should. I will. I like how you get the map, it loads in the map screen, and then unloads immediately. When, like, you get the map, I want to look at the map for a second, please. But now I have to reopen the map because you just decided to close it for me. What is this room? What the hell? Alright. Oh, we can't go this way now. But I don't want... No, I still want it to be out here. I still want it to be... Surrender the booty. You bloody dogs. I do like pirate-themed stuff. So I wonder if this fan will do something now. I need to just spam the attack button and hope for the best. All right, push the block onto the switch. Oh, I wonder if my Jolly Boat's going to be a shortcut then. Sure is. So I should have left the boat lowered, I guess. Oh well. Okay, so... So I'll just die if I jump down there, because there's no Jolly Boat. This is going down below. I wanted to check that fan, but I guess we'll do that in a minute. No, pushing a block onto a switch is not a puzzle. I don't maintain a strict static definition for what is and is not a puzzle, and it's something subjective. Different players are going to think different things are puzzling. But no, I don't. If I walk into a room and there's a block and there's a switch and the solution is put the block on the switch, to me that's not a puzzle. If there's a block and a switch and it's not obvious how to get the block onto the switch, and you can't put the block on the switch for some reason, then we might be in the range of having a puzzle. What I've learned though is, like, if I try to define what, like, an objective definition of what it is, I start getting gotcha'd. It's like, oh, but what about this in this other game? Is that a puzzle? Maybe, maybe not. All right. But no, this block and this switch, like, this is obviously just here to open up that shortcut. Do I have to try to shoot an arrow through that? I'll do it. I won't do it. Was it... Hold on. Was the fan still active? Oh, God. I forgot. You know what? I know there's a... Oh, there's not a stool in this room. Here we go. So we're not actually we're not powering the fan at all. It's just a matter of we have to stop it. So I need to get this other door opened. Bats? Okay. Ew. See, I want, when I pull a weapon out like this, I want it to be aiming the direction the character is facing, and it never is. That's a divide between Western and Japanese games, I've noticed. Like Metal Gear games do that to me every time I play them. I'm always facing the wrong direction when I pull my gun out. And then there's a moment of like severe disorientation. Okay, something tells me I can't... Oh, it's going to be one of those keyholes. But it's not going to do anything until I switch the time state. Yep, I forgot. I'm not going to make it. Oh my god. At some point you think I would be like... I would remember that there's... sand in this room. All this carpet turns to sand. So even in, like, they designed the ship to have a sand pit here. It just hasn't been installed yet. It's going to be installed later. Just spam attack until you take damage, and then switch your direction, and then spam different attack. I can only move this into 2 states. That's all I can do with it. Oh, I thought that's where it started. Okay, never mind. That looks fun. I can't wait. No, just... Does she have an off button? Can I, like... I haven't been to this room yet. Because I was in the wrong time period when I came in here before. Now she might be able to get through. No, I was... Oh, wait. Okay. Damn it. I should have left that... left that jolly boat lowered. I'm gonna go lower that real quick in case we need to make more trips back and forth. No, we've been in all 4 of these rooms now. I'm pleased with that. Yeah, let's go lower the jolly boat. Brickroad, stop saying jolly boat. It makes me uncomfortable. Sorry, I can't. It's a jolly boat. Yeah, Groose is the guy that everybody was memeing about. But, like, I didn't play this game when it came out, so I wasn't present for all the memeing. And I don't really get what all the memeing's about. I guess he's like a fan favorite character. But, whatever. I'm sure we'll do something with him later. Back to the jolly boats. Yeah, I'm gonna leave you alone. You get to live. Excuse me? He chased me up the ladder? I don't think I've been in this door yet, because there's the key. It's key door, forehead. That's why. All right. That's where all that stuff started moving around. I know this isn't where Fee wanted me to go, but I don't have to listen to her. She's not my boss. Although I also realize the game will not let me go to the place until I first go to the place that Fee told me to go to, which isn't here. Oh, all right. Didn't mean to look up your dress there, lady. I'm actually surprised you can shoot through that. I would have thought for sure that would just be like a solid mesh. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. Hold on. What am I doing with life? Out here. Up the ladder. Out here. Hang on, Larry. Downstairs. Oh my god, I guessed wrong 3 times in a row. That sucks. Doesn't matter. I can take as much damage as I want because there's a stool here. Okay, we need a key shaped like a skull. I'm so sick of you guys. Ah, okay. I didn't realize what room that was, but now I see. This is the brig. We come through the... Got it. Okay. So there's kind of no point to being in this room in another time period because it's just filled with sand. And if I switch the time period to shut this door off, then my robot friends just die anyway. What's that room back there? Yeah, I've seen them. Yeah, lasers. Got it. I've been down there too. But now that I've talked to you, I'll be able to do something down there. Is that it? Ah, okay. I thought I activated that. I know exactly what to do to get that turned on. I looked at that through a window and thought it was the one that I had already activated. Okay. So ahead of me to the right, there was a reason I couldn't... Yeah, I just can't get in there. So we just need... That's why all this stuff exists. Excuse me, I left you on the ground. So that gets me into the generator room, but I probably can't power the generator in this state, right? No. That's fine, because now we're going to open... No, now we're going to kill bats. Can I just put one of these bats in the generator? They're electric. So that opens the door. So now I can move time back. And get in the room from the other side. I can't just hit the... No, I don't have an angle on it. I wonder who painted this ship. It's pretty gaudy. Is there a time crystal in the generator room? No, we had to get in there so we could open this door, but now the door will be open from this side. Now we're on the other side of the... See? Generator. Done. Once in a while, I know what I'm doing, you guys. You saw a grate on the ceiling? I didn't even look at the ceiling. How could you see a grate? Okay, now I think we got this way. Okay, so we're below the brig. That's what that is up there. This seems dangerous. Do I really have all the items I'm ever going to get? There can't be that many more dungeons left then. It's a trap. It's got to be a trap. I mean, I'm going to open all of them, but... Okay. Got a red velvet cake. Got a big gem. Demon horn. Another big gem. Pretty rich. And a meatball. Big purple meatball. Fantastic. Look at that. The skills that pay the bills. Alright, that opens the door on the other side. Yeah, that's just my indoor. Cool. Go through the mouse maze. And this opens the brig, I guess. This room looks familiar. Alright, we've saved the Vreeps. I only saw one of them leave, so he must have eaten the other two. The Gorons in Fire Temple are all locked up in rooms that have small keys. I think in Vanilla, don't they give you the keys? And then the keys are just moved into boxes for rando? In Zelda 1, you can buy keys from an NPC. Nobody does that, because why would you? And then the captain's room's on the other side of the boat. I do declare. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. Guys, I got lost again. purple bird statue? It's like pearlescent. I honestly could not tell you now which door that even was. To be perfectly honest, I have no idea which door. She's like, this one's real important, but they should open it at some point. Could not now tell you. I need to switch the state around. So thematically, the two states of this dungeon are very cool. 'Cause you're like switching between like the old dilapidated sand ship and like the ship in its prime, right? So like thematically, I like the two states a lot. Mechanically, it's just crystal switches, right? Mechanically, it's just the same as like Tower of Hera. Oh, there's a block here. I need to run back and hit the switch again real quick. I was hoping the time mechanic would be used in a more creative way than that. Like certain parts of the ship, like the bubble we were carrying around. There's some cool things you could do with that concept that I don't think were realized at all. I do understand why people think this is one of the cooler dungeons in the game, though, for sure. Okay, you're going to turn into a Beamos once I... something obvious thing. Facing the wall. That's exactly what I wanted to happen, sure. Okay, so that closes. Can I see my crystal? Just let's get rid of this Beamos first. All right. Facing the wall again. Cool. I'm going to finish up my second playthrough of Leaf's Odyssey, probably this weekend. But I think it was a mistake to try to stream it. Nobody wanted to watch that. I spent that whole stream to basically no one. Like streaming to just one person, and it was me in another window. That's the sort of game I think would be viable to have as a Let's Play series, but as a stream game, it was not a good idea. But before I can even think about recording as a Let's Play series, I need to finish doing my test play of it. Squid-shaped statue. That is not what a squid looks like. I regret to inform you, sir. Still a treasure room back there we haven't reached. Link, why would you do that? The banister is there for a reason. Why would you run up and over the banister? Yeah, it's a very, very Baba is you kind of game. The problem is when I was streaming it the other night, like anybody who watches my stuff who would have liked to tune into the stream is probably going to play Leaf at some point, which means they're like, oh, I can't watch the stream because I haven't finished playing the game yet. And that's exactly what happened. So I just want to go back down here, right? How would I reach this treasure room? It's like not really connected to anything. It's not connected to anything down here. There's nothing over it or under it. I can't get up there. That's where it would be, right? Yeah, if I could get up on top of that. Look how much unused space is in this ship. Because I didn't ride this over. No, I see what we're doing. It feels like I should not regain my stamina while I'm climbing the ladder, like actively climbing. I want to finish killing these monsters so my camera can work properly. All right. Yeah, so that'll connect up to the top there. I thought I had killed all of you. There was just another path up here we didn't take before. Getting ladders in video games that don't feel annoying is very, very hard, I've decided. Because so few games have ladders that feel good. I think ladders are just inherently bad. You know? Right, we opened this up, but we didn't take this back. That's what we didn't do. Can I just drop down here? Because there was no other way up here, right? Yeah, here we go. I was not able to get up this wall any other way. Cool, cool, cool. So now... just jump down. Just jump down, forehead. So that kind of pathfinding where I saw on my map that I missed a box and I had to look at my map and like do some spatial reasoning to figure out where I missed a path. That is really more of what I'm looking like in a Zelda dungeon. That's the kind of stuff that triggers my puzzle sense in a satisfying way. So, like, if that hadn't been a piece of heart, it had been a small key that I need to complete the dungeon. And I get to the end of the dungeon and realize I've been in every room that I can reach. What's left? And then have to do that. To me, that is very engaging. And I wish that had been required to complete the dungeon rather than a piece of heart. That exact room is required to complete the dungeon in Water Temple and Forest Temple. Both have small keys like that. That everybody misses, everybody gets stuck, everybody just kind of goes the same loop over and over and over until they force themselves to stop, think, engage with the map, and realize where it is you have to go and what you have to do. So I'm glad this dungeon had that content, but I wish it had been required to solve the dungeon. I'm going to make a note of that. Also, have I missed a piece of heart in every dungeon so far? That seems like the kind of thing that's strange, that they only put a piece of heart in one dungeon. But it might be that I've missed a bunch of stuff. Okay, do I have to go on the other side or this side? I guess it doesn't matter, because it kind of wraps around, doesn't it? No, that's the captain's room. I'll be on the other side. It's because, like, mechanically, there was nothing really interesting about finding that piece of heart, right? All I did was basically ride a zip line and then do some claw shot stuff. Like, the interactions to get there were very basic, but the deductive reasoning of, like, first of all, noticing I had missed something, and then having to stop and look and think, that's what's missing from a lot of Zelda dungeons for me. Because if that had been a piece of heart, a lot of people would have gotten stuck here, just running through the loop of the dungeon over and over again, changing the state over and over again. But you'll never solve the dungeon doing that. You can't find that piece of heart accidentally. I guess you could if you... Because I hit the crystal and I had something else in mind I wanted to do with that crystal state. But if I had stayed up there and looked around and saw that other target... But then if you do that in Forest Temple, you don't miss the small key in the first room that everybody always misses. Oh, that was quick. I'm glad for that, because I don't really like these. I mean, they're fine. They're whatever. It's okay. Okay. The ship is sinking. That's interesting. No, it's just rocking violently back and forth. I don't have a map anymore, by the way. Is there something in one of these holes? Ah, okay. There's a hallway I didn't see. What player got here and was like, what size are these tentacles? Help! Oh, I got Donkey Konged. I can't tell if I'm going through old areas of the ship that I've been in before, or if this is all like just be kind of like a bespoke set piece. Wow. I hate this NPC. Could not hate her more. Tentaclose. That's a gross looking Muppet. Oh, there's its eye. Okay. I wonder if we need to shoot it in the eye with our bow. I was close. Tentalis. I said Tentaclose. The Abyssal Leviathan. All right. Where are we at, Tentalis? Just off the boat. That's me. Okay, let's preemptively charge one of these. Animist. Awesome. Fantastic. Tentacles! Y'all didn't know we were playing Obra Dinn tonight, did you? That's the wrong weapon link. Great. All right. I think I got a handle on this. I wonder if I actually have to slash through these, like, Morpha arms. Tentacles are called Morpha arms, by the way, now. Don't know if you guys knew that. Or if I could just evade them for enough time. I mean, I like the weird tentacle dreadlock monster. He looks cool, but yeah, it's not a super original boss. It's basically just a... I mean, it's Goma, right? You got the bow and arrow, just shoot him in the eye. I just jumped off the boat. That's where I went. Guys, I found the edge of the boat. Y'all were asking about it. Brickroad, where's the edge of the boat at? And until 2 seconds ago, I could not have told you. That was a hit? Okay. I was miles away. I was... Hitboxes or what? Box. Okay, I don't... Okay. I don't understand why I'm frozen solid here. We got Medusa hair happening now. Okay, we got pokeyed by the Medusa hair. Okay, I just need to... Wow, I have no idea how to not get hit by these Medusa hairs. And they're regrowing, so... So I don't have time to get the bow out. Spamming's not working. How many more phases of this Medusa hair are we going to have to do, I wonder? I can't slash fast enough to... You can't slash fast enough to just weather the storm. Oh, hello, I thought you were done. We're not done. I mean, it wasn't a difficult boss, but I don't like coming out of the boss fight without an understanding on how to, like, dodge its task. Dodge its attacks, I should say. But we got him. And this was all for Miru's wisdom. I forgot to notate. Yeah, I didn't think this dungeon was very short. I thought it was a decent size. I think it feels shorter than it is looking back on it because the ship itself is physically small, but you have to travel through it in 2 different states. Like going through it in the Dead Sand version and then coming back through it again in the live version But it didn't feel like I was retreading ground. Like, I wasn't bored at all in this dungeon. This is my favorite dungeon in the game so far. I'm thinking I'm going to give it like a B+. That would put it... you know what? That would put it right at the Goron Mines. Goron Mines from Twilight Princess. Another bow dungeon. Where they have like kind of creative dungeon interactions, but you just get a bow eventually. Let's see. What else? Shadow and Spirit Temple Master Quest were both a B. Catfish's Maw we gave a B. I think I could go to a B for this dungeon. I think that's fair. Eight dowsing slots. Jude, thank you for the $20 tip. I really appreciate it. I'm going to use that to buy a sandwich tonight. Give me a sandwich and a tasty cake cherry pie. That's what I'm thinking. All right. Yes, return to the Isle of Songs, but we're going to have to do that tomorrow because it is exactly midnight. So yeah, this was my favorite dungeon so far in this game. I enjoyed that a lot. And I think the reason I'm going to go to a B with it and not an A is just because I saw so many places in that dungeon which were like... If the time mechanic had been something more than just kind of a basic state change, which is fairly common throughout a lot of dungeons, if they had... That small key, I loved... If a small key had been hidden in that chest where I found a piece of heart, that would have been great. I guess, yeah, the ship is kind of wrecked, isn't it? Like, the ship is... Wait, where is the ship? Oh, he took me back to, like, the beginning of the Sand Sea area. Well, it was a cool dungeon in any case, and I think it deserves a B. Pretty good. Alright, so I think I should be back on tomorrow with some more of this, I should hope. I feel like we've cleared a dungeon with every session so far. I haven't done a session of this game where it hasn't cleared a dungeon yet, which is good. That's going to do it for me, guys. I want to thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. I much more prefer streaming to actual people rather than what happened with Leaf's Odyssey earlier. Although you might see some videos on Leaf's Odyssey on the channel at some point. That's it. Thanks so much, guys. Peace out. Sleep well.